Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our board meeting on Monday, March the 28th. I would like to call this meeting to order, and board members, I need approval of the agenda, please.
So moved.
Motion made by Mr. Guthrie. Do I have a second? Second by Ms. Wimberly. Any discussion? All in favor? 7-0. Now we're going to move on to our welcome and our moment of reflection. Mr. Guthrie.
So just a quick moment of reflection as we go through this important time and any kind of board goes through. We just ask for continued wisdom, guidance, courage, and knowledge to do the best we can as a board to represent this district, and ask for continued blessings for all the students, teachers, staff, administrators in the district as well. And then just a quick moment of silence. All right, and we'll now stand for a pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Guthrie. Next on our agenda is we're going to begin it with our presentations by the superintendent candidates. And our first candidate to present is going to be Dr. Brenda Hafner, and she is from Sumter School District. And Ms. Hafner has her husband with her today, and if he would please stand so we could welcome him also, Brian Hafner. Ms. Hafner, take it away.
Got my glasses to see. Yep. Okay, here we go. Good evening, Madam Chair Hughes, Madam Vice Chair Robinson, and honorable members of the Board of Trustees. It is an honor to join you this evening to share my 45-day plan that will begin to build on the amazing foundation that has been laid by the current administration and the board. There we go. As we all know, the beginning is the most important part of the work, as cited by the great philosopher Plato. Having said that, tonight I want to briefly talk with you about my goal, my commitments, and my plan. A change in leadership can be an exciting time. It is important to also acknowledge that it can be a confusing and anxious time for many involved. I recognize that it will take time for stakeholders to get to know me, to build trust, and to understand my leadership style and personality. During this time, it is my intention to be a keen observer and an active listener who produces responsive results. In every action, I believe you need a goal. My entry goal is that I will hit the ground learning through purposeful engagement, active listening, and reflection, resulting in transparent findings and goal development in an effort to build transformation and trust moving forward. I would like to offer you my commitments surrounding this entry plan. It is my commitment to engage as many stakeholders as possible during my first 45 days in an effort to understand the current reality of the district. I look forward to exploring the hopes and concerns of our stakeholders while exploring ideas for improvement. I will structure intentional interactions throughout the first 9 weeks to ensure a diverse and inclusive opportunity for stakeholder input. I will listen and process feedback from stakeholders while assuring no major changes are initiated during the information gathering period. I will openly process and share my feedback with the Dorchester II Board of Trustees, and together we will use this information to collectively strengthen our vision, set deliberate goals for student learning, and establish a shared consensus of our priorities moving forward. So I have shared an entry plan goal and my entry plan commitments for you all. So now how do we put that together? LT3. LT3, this is my 45-day plan in a nutshell. I will spend those first 45 days and beyond listening, learning, and leading in an effort to build trust, foster transparency, and cultivate transformation. Now let's take a little deeper dive into that. Building trust. The purpose of this first slide is to provide direction for the first 4 weeks or so of entry into the superintendent position. The activities on this slide are meant to establish personal introductions and begin to establish relationships with both internal and external stakeholders. I will be in the process of listening in an intense effort to begin building that trust that we know is so very important. So I would first meet with Mr. Pye to obtain an overview of immediate needs, concerns, and decisions that need to be addressed during transition. I would visit our district facilities and simply walk the building, introduce myself, listen, and observe. I would develop and record an introductory video for the public telling a little bit about myself and my 45-day plan. And I would meet with the executive team collectively to review the organizational flow chart and the strategic plan, followed by meeting individually with executive staff members to discuss departmental status and goals. I would meet with each school principal to review their staffing, facilities, and school-level leadership team, as well as arrange meetings with stakeholder subgroups to include support staff, parents, teachers, operations from across the district. I would arrange meetings with leadership from the higher education entities in the surrounding area, members of county and city council, as well as the Dorchester Economic Development Board, in an effort to recognize any current partnerships and become familiar with their goals, but also to lay a foundation for moving forward together. I would plan to make a visit to the local Chamber of Commerce and the Rotary Clubs in order to introduce myself and share my passion for local support and civic engagement. In the immediate future, of course, there would be a back-to-school in-service to prepare for. I'm sure the team has been busy at work already, but I would like for them to share with me any planning that has taken place so that we can finalize the focus of the event and my message to the staff. During the aforementioned group meetings, as well as additional stakeholder meetings, I will conduct informational interviews in order to gather feedback from our stakeholders. Many of you are familiar with a SWOT activity. It is a process to gather strengths by asking what is working well and should be sustained. It also enables you to gather feedback on perceived weaknesses by asking what needs attention and what needs improvement. Different groups will have different perceptions and perspectives, so it allows me to ask, how can the district best serve you and your group's interest or educational needs? These would be considered our opportunities. And lastly, what does each group perceive as our threat? What possible barriers stand in our way for moving forward? Fostering transparency. The second part of my plan will encompass intentional meetings that are held with members of the various constituent groups to foster communication and transparency. I would submit weekly briefings to the board and frequent messages to staff and parents. I believe in one-way and two-way communication. Sometimes I'm simply sharing information, or it may be a meeting with stakeholders where I gather purposeful feedback, as I've mentioned before. We know that we have some critical positions that will need to be filled at the district's executive level right away, as well as in our school's classrooms. I would meet with Ms. Fernari to discuss staffing allocations to include certified and classified staff, salary schedules, recruitment and retention efforts, and vacancies in all of our areas. I would meet with the Chief Financial Officer and review our general budget for the upcoming school year as impacted by the possible changes in the funding formula. In addition, I would want to discuss our procurement procedures, capital improvement projects, ESSER funding plans, and our most recent financial audits. I would want to walk the schools with Mr. Souls in order to assess each site and discuss any maintenance concerns and/or any plans for capital improvement. I would want to discuss our technology infrastructure, food services programs, and building service workers programs with the appropriate staff leadership. I would meet with Mrs. Goodwin in order to assess our curricular framework, identify initiatives by location, discuss our learning management platform, review any funding specific to state and federal grants, and district-wide software programs being purchased through district or grant funding, as well as the professional development opportunities that have been offered most recently and the structure of those professional development opportunities. It would be very important to start with a deep dive into our district data with the executive team. Spring testing should be stored into Rally Analytics by that time, and we would want to drill down to the school level data with each principal and discuss their strategies for instructional growth and supports moving into the school year. Lastly, I would want to meet with Ms. Gadsden and Dr. Harrison in order to assess the variety of services afforded to the students of Dorchester II, as well as the structure of the programming needs from school to school. This third part, I really believe, is where we are compiling and attempting to make sense of the information gathered in the trust and transparency pieces that I have shared. And some of this would likely blend into the work of the second quarter. The findings, coupled with the data profile of the district, will be used to create a picture of our present realities in order to help inspire a collective vision for the future of Dorchester II. First, I would present a summary report of findings to the board. Second, I would share results with our stakeholder groups in order to promote a common awareness. This could possibly include a district design team comprised of employees, parents, and community members from across the district to address findings and co-develop the next steps. An analysis of the entry plan findings will be formulated into strategic priorities, which is where we're formulating that collective vision. That same team would assist in developing an innovative agenda that would provide the framework for moving the work forward. We would also need to develop actionable strategies that could help reach or obtain our priorities. Dependent upon where we are in the strategic plan 5-year cycle, we would work to fuse these newly identified priorities with the existing plan. In addition, the district has also had to develop an academic recovery plan for the State Department of Education, so we want to review and align the goals as necessary so that we have a streamlined focus moving forward. Ultimately, our desire is to develop a plan that is focused, attainable, well understood, and supported. And I thank you for this opportunity to share with you my 45-day plan. I would be honored to have the opportunity to serve as your next superintendent of Dorchester District 2, leading the way every student, every day. I thank you for your time, and I will be happy to entertain any questions that you may have.
Does anyone have any questions, board members?
Good evening, Dr. Hafner. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Great, thank you. I have a question for you. You spearheaded a program at the middle school level that identified and provided instruction to at-risk students. Can you give us some raw statistics and numbers of how much the needle moved for that population of students that were served? Thank you.
Yes, sir. It's been some time, but the one statistic that sticks out in my mind is that we had about a 72% success rate with those students, with the goal being that they had an on-time graduation as a result of the spiraling of the curriculum and putting them back into high school at the age-appropriate level if they were only one grade behind. We did lose one or two. One of them, I know, in fact, was a military move out of state, so I don't count that as a loss, but I know that we had about a 72% success rate. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any other questions? Comments?
Very, very quickly. Thank you again, Dr. Hafner, for being here this evening. When you were at Blythewood High School, I wanted to ask, I believe, and I was trying to find this research, I think you guys were at 92% graduation rate. At one point, I think your goal, your stated goal, was to get to 97. Does that sound correct? How close did you guys get? Did you get there?
I believe we went from 89 to 96 in the amount of time that I was there. And I could be off of one digit or two, but I completely relate that attribute that to our house model, small learning community models within the high school. And we had school counselors and assistant principals and a lead teacher that were assigned to a specific group of students, about 500, 600 students, and they followed those students throughout that 4-year process. And so ideally, they were with those core teachers throughout that time, but inevitably you do have some one-offs that, for an AP class or something of that nature. But the teachers knew the students well, and it provided for fruitful conversation when they were able to meet and talk about their kids.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Anybody else? No? Thank you, Dr. Hafner. We really appreciate your interest and going through this process with us, and we appreciate your 45-day plan.
Absolutely. Thank you for your time. Madam Chair, do you mind if I just pass out a little card
Absolutely.
to help
No
you
problem at all.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much. And I think we should have our next candidate momentarily. Okay, our next candidate is Dr. William Shane Robbins, and he is from Kershaw County. Welcome, Dr. Robbins. And we'd also like to welcome his wife, Ms. Heather Robbins.
Very good. Well, Madam Chair, members of the board, I just want to say thank you for the invitation to come back and present my 45-day entry plan and what it looked like. I'd be very, very remiss if I didn't acknowledge the arduous task you guys have had to replace a very well-respected superintendent in the state of South Carolina. Mr. Pye epitomizes what student-led or student-centered leadership looks like in our state. For those of us in the profession, we look up to him. It's going to be a sad day when he finally retires, but we wish him all the best. And he is one of the reasons why I stand before you today, because he has brought such esteem to your school district. So I just wanted to share that with you. I don't know if you have it in front of you. Can you see the slide? Okay, there you go. So the agenda, I'm going to go through the purpose of a 45-day entry plan, the process, and then I break it down into 4 phases. This would be my 4th stop in doing this. So, it looks and feels a little bit different each place you go based on the community and what the needs are, but as you develop one of these plans. So first of all, let's just talk about the purpose. The entry plan It allows for an incoming leader to immerse themselves into the school district, which is very important. There are several key areas that we look at from a school leadership standpoint. We're going to look at the curriculum that's in place. We're going to look at the accountability systems that are in place. Obviously, it's a very trying time in our state and our country when we look at some of the financial constraints that exist. Obviously, we have had a lot of money that's been provided to us in the form of an ESSER plan, but has a lot of restrictions with it. So we're going to really take a deep dive look at the ESSER plan that Dorchester 2 has on the books and the plans that exist already, and any funding cliffs that may exist when that money starts to run out. But at the end of the day, the core belief of this entry plan is to start to quickly build and formulate relationships. And I'm going to go back to the first statement I made, and that is you're replacing a superintendent that has been here for 22 years that's highly respected. So for a lot of people, that creates a lot of anxiety and angst. And so for somebody new coming in, you got to immerse yourself into the community and start to formulate and build those relationships so that it starts to build the most key and pivotal piece of any relationship, and that's trust. So I just wanted to share that with you. That's the purpose. The process, again, it's a 4-phase process. Phase 1 is the transition phase. Phase 2 is an acclimation phase. Phase 3 is a development phase. And then phase 4 is an implementation phase. And I'm going to describe those a little bit more in detail. So during the transition phase, we're trying, the person coming in, just trying to absorb every bit of information about Dorchester 2 we can. Employee handbooks, board policies, procedures, and manuals, school improvement plans, corporation safety plans. Again, I've already mentioned your ESSER plan. That's going to be really pivotal. Most of you probably know the governor had a speech today at 2 o'clock talking about what raises in the state are going to look like and how is that going to impact Dorchester 2 with the new money coming in and the raises that would be proposed and how we manage and we fund that. Going to look at safety plans. It's really important to make sure that we have all those base fundamentals in place. And then for me, and I just share this from a personal standpoint, I have a bachelor's degree from a liberal arts college, and I understand how important it is to offer our students a comprehensive education. And so we're going to look at what part and what piece the arts play in our curriculum, what piece extracurricular activities play in our curriculum. And again, it's a big school district. So are we being equal and equitable across the entire district to ensure students on one side of the county are receiving access and opportunities just the same as students on the other side of the county? One of my last districts that I led, we really focused a lot on STEAM, not STEM, but STEAM in our curriculum to try to give students that hands-on approach to build and propel them into that college and career readiness category. So again, phase 1 transition really has already started in preparation for this interview. I started looking at your achievement data, started looking at your past audits, started looking at enrollment trends, which was really quite interesting, as we shared in a couple of our interview sessions, where Dorchester 2 was growing really, really rapidly in terms of enrollment, and then the last 2 years, it actually declined a little bit. Now, we all have declined somewhat across the country, and what is, the purpose for that decline? I know Mr. Pine had a really nice discussion on the fact we all have lost a lot of students to homeschool, just a fear factor for some families on whether or not to send their child back into a public school in a face-to-face setting. And so we need to make sure we keep our eyes on that and we're focused on it so that we can prepare for the future. And I share this because I think it's an interesting proverb, but it talks about 2 farmers. Both farmers were praying for rain, but only one farmer went out and prepared for rain. So you look at your financial data, your achievement data, your enrollment data, because you're preparing for rain, so you don't wake up one day and you're not ready for what your enrollment trends may bring into your community. So the next phase is what I call the acclimation phase. And during this phase, we really, I will really try to begin to immerse myself into the community. That is where I say you have boots on ground. The transition phase is taking place remotely, trying to read all the materials that I can read. But during the acclimation phase, it's when, I'm actually on ground, hopefully having conversations with the outgoing superintendent and having some discussions, starting to get to know the executive cabinet, getting to know the teacher leaders in our district, because at the end of the day, as administrators, our job is to provide the resources necessary to those that are making the difference in the classroom, to remove barriers and to provide them those things that are going to make them more efficient and more effective in that classroom teaching our students. So those are some of the things that take place. For me, I think it's really important that the top leadership team is myself and the board. And so what I have found to be very effective is to sit down and have one-on-one conversations with each board member. You all have a reason why you sit on the Board of School Trustees. You have a passion. You know, obviously you try to coalesce together and come together when you make a decision, but there are certain things that motivate you and drive you that have driven you to serve on the school board. And so I want to meet with you one-on-one to start to establish that personal relationship with you so that when we work together and we have to make some of the tough, difficult decisions, there's a comfort level and understanding and knowing that we're doing it for the right reason, okay? So that's during the acclimation phase. During the development phase, now we'll start to see, you know, I would start to kind of peel out more into the greater community, starting to collaborate with key stakeholders in the community. You know, there are several different groups. You know, for me personally, I like to go and speak to the Rotary clubs, the Kiwanis clubs, the American Legion, the auxiliaries, all those individual key groups that make up a very long-standing component of your community. The other thing I'll do is sit down and have a conversation with the board and present the phase 1 and phase 2 findings. Areas that may be gaps, things that I'm sure that Mr. Pye does with you every year when you're starting to develop and devise a plan for the upcoming school year. I really think that when you spend time together, you can really share a lot of information. So for me, it's been very effective to have an all-day board workshop. I call it a board advance. We're never retreating. We're always advancing, where we'll go through some of this information and coalesce again together to start to develop the board's goals. Those goals are really the blueprint for myself, my cabinet, and my team as we work into the new school year on what we're going to display to, you know, our building principals, our teachers, and those conversations. Again, we want to make sure we are very unified in our vision. You know, the other piece to this is to really make sure that we're focusing on those things that are critical in the Dorchester 2 school district right now, whether it be finances or enrollment trends. I know we're in the middle of a construction project, making sure that that gets completed on time, in a timely manner, under budget, and is ready to be occupied so that we can provide that to our students. So lots of different things happening at the same time, all in sequence to make sure that we're ready to go for the new school year. And then the final phase is the implementation phase. And during the implementation phase, it's important to remember, in my opinion, that the goal is not to start over. This is an amazing school district. But just like every walk of life, there's a thing called quality continuous improvement. We can always get better at what we do. And so, you know, we'll build on the foundation, the very strong foundation that exists in this school district as we start to plan for the future. I think it's always important also during this phase that as leaders, I share this with my board all the time, that if I can look in the mirror and if you all can look in the mirror and we can say, this is in the best interest of our students, then even though it may not work out the way we expected it to work out, it's a good decision. We just can't be arrogant to the fact that if it doesn't work, we retool, we readjust, and we continue to move forward. But that is being student-centered, making sure your focus is in the right place, and that's in the classroom and not in echelons above, you know, what's happening in the schools. You know, so I think that is one of the things during the implementation phase that's really important, you know, to focus on. The other thing is making sure that people in our community feel heard, feel valued. And again, that's not saying that doesn't exist here, but when somebody new comes in, you have to develop and foster those relationships so that it is a transparent transition from one leader to the next. And I think once that happens and people start to feel that confidence and that trust, it makes it a little easier when you have to make some of those strong decisions. So I'm not going to play. I had a little video in here. I like to show, I think, videos speak better than I do. I like music, but I don't want to take the time to share this. But what I do want to share with you that has always been kind of important and a motivational piece for me, it is, as this video ends, there's a Chinese proverb that I'd like to read to you. Kind of gives you the foundation of somebody new coming in and how a good leader tries to adjust to the environment, not making the environment adjust to the leader. And the proverb goes like this. It says, go to the people, live with them, learn from them, love them, start with what they know, build with what they have, but the best leaders, when the work is done, the task is accomplished, the people will say, we've done it ourselves. Okay, it's a we thing, not a me thing. And so I know that this process has received a lot of attention, but our focal point still has to be on what's most important, and that's our future, and that's our students. So I just want to share that with you. And then finally, at the end, you know, a transition plan is so important because it's like building a roadmap. If you're going to travel long distance, you're more than likely going to arrive on time and at your destination with the least amount of time and the least hassles if you know where you're going and how to get there. So you start with the end in mind. And that's what a good transition plan will do. And again, you don't break it up into those 4 parallel segments. They all kind of work together so that you can make sure that there is a smooth and simple and an easy transition. So with that being said, that's my 45-day plan.
Okay. Anybody have questions? Ms. Robinson?
I do. I have just 2 questions because when we were interviewing, we didn't get to talk a lot about that. The first question is, when you first became a superintendent in Kershaw, there was a tornado that destroyed one of your large facilities, and I would be interested if you would share some details how you got it back together where the children were able to go to school as quickly as possible.
So again, you know, it's just, we were blessed to have a facility. We had just built a brand new vocational school. And so when we left our old vocational school, it was really in great shape. And our mindset, our plan was to build this educational technology training campus for our teachers. So that was the plan with the facility. We maintained it. It was in pretty good shape. And so fortunately, the tornado happened and nobody was in school. That was blessing number 1. The second piece was we actually had a 3-day weekend. So during that time period from when the tornado hit on Friday night to when we went back to school on Tuesday, we worked really closely with the state, with Superintendent Spearman, superintendents across the state, and I don't know, Mr. Pye, you guys may have provided us with a couple buses, but we had no school buses. And so we just sit down and we project managed this thing and made sure that our kids didn't miss a day of school. We reoccupied that facility. We went right in. We cleaned it up. You know, we paid custodians, you know, extra fees to work 24 hours around the clock to get it clean in the areas that we weren't using that facility. So those classrooms were up and ready to go, and they didn't miss any school. So it took a lot of work. It took a lot of community resources and support, you know, and everybody just working together to make sure that we accomplished that. So.
Thank you. The other question I have is, you've had the honor of serving as superintendent several times. What are you going to bring should you be the chosen? What would you bring having had those experiences in other areas?
You know, it's interesting because every step I try to learn. You know, it's not bringing my experiences necessarily to the district, but it's a combination of bringing my experiences and what then that district offers. And so I've had a chance to lead some of the smallest districts, you know, to where I am in Kershaw County, where we have about 11,000 students in 20 locations. But one of the things that has really been beneficial to me in serving in some smaller districts early in my career is I didn't have the cabinet that a large district has. So my very first district, I did the school budget. You know, I was the CFO, not because I wanted to be the CFO. I didn't have the resources to hire one. I had to learn a tremendous about special education and about transportation and about food service. And so every step of the way I've taken that knowledge and I've tried to work with the departments that serve underneath me in the wisdom I've gained from that. And I think the thing I've learned is there's always opportunity for growth. And as long as, again, I go back to, as long as you focus on, student-centered leadership, then that's what's been important to me and what I've taken away from some of those districts, because they didn't have the resources to do some of those things. So we had to be creative to provide them for our students. And 14 years as a superintendent, the job market's changed. And so again, we want to make sure that we're providing our kids with opportunities so that they can become productive citizens in our community. As the job market changes in Dorchester County, we want to make sure that we modify our curriculum to meet some of the needs of the industrial base that's going to locate itself here in the school district. And the thing that I learned along the way through all those experiences, that the one most important piece to people relocating to a community, or whether a factory or a job is going to relocate to a community, is shopping and schools and healthcare. And so as a school district, and here in Dorchester County, we're the largest employer, so we have a huge impact. And the one thing that also, when you look at that statistically, when you look at the number of students we have, the number of employees we have, and the population of the county, it's about a third that's under our care and our responsibility at least 100 to 200, 180 to 200 days a year.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Crosby?
Dr. Robbins, you know that I told you I was a teacher for 30 years. My philosophy, one of the things we had not talked about during our interviews, my philosophy is that no child has the right to keep another child from learning. Where do you stand on the discipline issues? Since I think COVID has increased that some, but how do you stand on the discipline issues that we are facing?
Well, unfortunately, that was part of my administrative training, managing, the discipline side of the house. But, I also know that when you look at where we are now versus when I started my career, COVID's only magnified some of the issues we have. And I agree 100% with you that you don't want one child to deny another child's ability to learn in the classroom. I also understand that it's not the day and age where we just simply teach in a classroom, but there are so many more services that we got to be prepared to provide those students, and why are they so disruptive in the classroom. And so I'm certain, and I haven't dug this far into the district, but one of the things that has been successful is bullying prevention coordinators. We used our ESSER money to develop a mental health department to try to synchronize students and families with the counseling needs and services. Many of you probably read some of the editorials where the number of students and children referred to DSS declined by 2/3. That's because teachers are the ones that make the referrals when they suspect child abuse. And so pulling all those programs together it's an important part of what we do. It's not just reading, writing, and arithmetic anymore. It's the whole comprehensive piece to support a community. Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Anyone else? Mr. Farnsworth?
Thank you, and Dr. Robbins, thank you again for being here several times. Couple very quick questions, and I don't know where they're at before this. You may have heard me ask Dr. Hafner as well. Tell me about graduation rate in Kershaw. I think, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, if I look at the state report card, I think it's around 86.
So we have 3 high schools, and it varies. Our graduation rate is finally started to incline. Our rural high school was only 78%. When I first came to Kershaw County last year, it was at 87%. I think comprehensively across all 3 high schools, we're at about 88.5% for our comprehensive graduation rate. Yes, sir.
Got it. Thank you. And then anytime I can sing our accolades, I will. I will tell you, we are blessed. We've got the National Project Lead the Way Teacher of the Year in our district. And so I was doing a little bit of research, just trying to look in Kershaw. Can you tell me about the PLTW in Kershaw? Do you guys have that?
We do, and we have it at the middle school and the high school. A majority of our PLTW classes are actually at our comprehensive vocational school. So we'll teach the first 2 levels, Introduction to Engineering and Design, and I'm trying to think of the second one. But we'll teach that at the site level, and then for the advanced courses, they actually go to our vocational school to take those. We have several, of the STEM classes out there. Not necessarily Project Lead the Way like the advanced manufacturing and some of those others, but we have mechatronics and computer design and computer graphics. It's a little bit different curriculum versus the PLTW curriculum, but the same concept. Now, our high schools are smaller than the Dorchester high schools. You know, our biggest high school is 1,700 kids. Our smallest is 550. So it's easier for us to have one centralized location versus when I visited Ashley Ridge High School, a lot of those courses you're able to host at the high school because of the population of your students.
Got it. That vocational school, is that part of Kershaw County School District, or is that county? Okay, so that is part of the school district.
Yeah, we're a county school district, so it's ours. It's we opened that. It's a brand new facility in 2019.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Mitchum?
Hey, Dr. Robbins, good to see you again.
You too, sir.
I'm going to kind of follow up on a question I asked you the other night, if that's okay, because we've been getting some feedback from some folks. Tell me again about Sarasota and the timeline of that, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I think I shared with you in the interview. Yeah, it was a process. I withdrew my name. I didn't pursue it. So.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Dr. Robbins. We appreciate you coming and being a part of our process. And you have a safe trip home.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Okay, our next candidate is Dr. Wesley Todd Trimble, and Dr. Trimble is from Orange County, Florida. Welcome, Dr. Trimble.
Is this one right here? Yes, sir. Let me make sure. Ah, there we go. Yeah. Well, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here this evening. Chair Hughes, trustees, Superintendent Pye, and community members. It's really an honor to be a part of this process. To be the next superintendent of DD2 or Dorchester School District number 2. Really been an honor. I'm excited about being here this evening. If you'll notice on the screen here, I want to introduce you to, if I were selected as superintendent, what my 45-day entry plan, the overview would look like. Want to point your attention to the quote up there about leaders become great not because of their power, but because of their ability to empower others. And this plan is developed around empowering others. That kind of defines what my leadership style is like. This second slide here is your core values, mission, and beliefs. This plan was developed around that as well. I've seen this when I visited your school district earlier last week. I saw this in action, and that's what impressed me. That's one of the reasons I would like to be your superintendent, is because you practice every one of these things. I saw this in your school. I saw this when I met with your department chairs, your department executives. It's alive and well in DD2, and that's very appealing. So my entry plan has 7 goals that I would like to accomplish. Ensuring a smooth transition of leadership, helping me become a visible, known, and trusted member of this community, understand the culture and values of this school district and this community, helping me establish a collaborative relationship with all stakeholders, providing me with diverse perspectives about the school district and community, ensuring all stakeholders are heard, valued, and contribute to the success of our students. I think that's vitally important. It's going to take all of us. Allowing me to learn about the accomplishments and work of the students, teachers, staff, leadership, parents, and the community. Incredible things have occurred here. We need to build upon that. Everything's in place to do that, and I would like to be a part of that. And then the seventh goal, inform me about the strengths, opportunities for growth, priorities, and challenges of this school district. We know just in public education in general, challenges are always there, but together we can accomplish those things. My entry process is based upon how I lead each and every day through listening, learning, and leading. Listening to the stakeholders, what they value, what they want to accomplish, and then learn from them their goals and vision of this school district. And then from that, that informs me the actions that I need to take in order to accomplish those. So listen, learn, and lead. And you'll see those either mentioned or pop up in the presentation today. There are 4 components of my plan: trustees, community, student learning, as well as operations. So with the Board of Trustees, I want to point your attention to the quote, "If there are great things in business are never done by one person, they're done by a team of people." That's important. I will invest time in making sure that there's a transparent, there is a collaborative relationship between myself and the Board of Trustees. That is so, so vital, because when that occurs, a team develops. And when a team develops, synergy happens. And when synergy happens, great things happen. You know, the all of us is better and more effective than the one of us. So I will spend time doing that. And I think that's important, because when we function as a team, it streamlines everything else. It lets people know what's important, and the minutia gets removed from that. So that team is huge. That vision around that team is huge as well. So some of the action steps, I'm not going to read all those, but in a nutshell, is work very hard to make sure that I schedule initial meetings with each of the board members so that we can establish expectations about communication. We can establish expectations about setting an agenda. The communication is very, very important around that, because I've got to be able to communicate with you so you can communicate with your constituents, and to make sure that we're seen as one, to make sure we're seen as a team. We may not always agree on everything, but to make sure that we know and the public can look at us and say, regardless of what's said, I know that the trustees and the superintendent are all about student learning. The community was a second component. I'll point your attention to the quote there: "Leaders who don't listen will eventually be surrounded by people who don't speak." And I truly believe that. Listen, learn, and lead. So with that said, I will spend time to make sure that we understand, that I understand, I know this to be true too, that a school district, its success hinges on the engagement and support of the community. And likewise, to be a vibrant community, you have to have an engaged, supported school district. And then you can see the entry actions there. This is where I feel like I excel around attending community events. I want to be a part, an active, engaged community member. Attend community events, volunteer in the community. My wife and I are very big on that. We like to support local businesses, learn about local histories, hold a listening and learning tour in each school community, engage those stakeholders, whether it's students, parents, could be alumni. And that's the other bullet there, to really meet with local leaders, faith-based leaders, alumni. You know, they have an invested interest in this school district, so engaging them. Those students, those alumni that were very successful, and I would even say this, those that may not have been as successful, what we can learn from them, because it goes back to that listening, learning, and lead. I think we've got to engage every stakeholder that we can, or I do, in order to learn how best to lead going forward. And then I mentioned up there, meet and communicate with Superintendent Pye. See, he's here this evening. He's been here for a long time, and he's got an institutional understanding of this school district that if it's not tapped into, there's a missed opportunity there. So as much as he would allow me, I would tap into that and learn, listen and learn, so that I would know how to proceed going forward with that. And then the other component is student learning. This is our core business. This is what we're all about. At the end of the day, this is what matters. 26 years at the school level is what I spent. So that the school, what happens at the school level, especially down to the classroom and the interaction between teacher and student, that is what's ingrained in my mind. Every decision I make, I play it out in my head. How will this impact that interaction? Will it present any obstacles? Will it make a teacher's job more difficult? Will it help learning? Will it hurt learning? It's that simple. And to really, with that systems thinking, to really understand how the decisions that in this building ultimately impact all the way down to that interaction between student and teacher, because that's very, very important. One thing I'll mention, you can see the action steps up there. Everything from ride a bus. It's amazing what you learn riding next to a 6th grade student on the way home after a long day at school. Likewise, it's interesting what you can find out when you eat lunch, especially with a 4th grader on Taco Tuesday. Just very, very amazing things. Sometimes I wonder, do we engage our students enough? We engage the adults. We spend time invested in that, and that's truly important. But the end user, the person that has the most to gain, the most to lose, is the student. So are we engaging them? And as you can see, the other actions up there, of course, meet with each principal to learn what's unique about their school. And at the end of the day, it's about creating the best conditions under which students can learn. Make sure we're providing the right resources, the right support, and removing any obstacles that may be in the way. And I think that's something we got to constantly think about, not only consider and reflect upon, but again, receive input based upon that. I may make a decision, or a superintendent may make a decision and think it's the very best thing that could ever happen to a classroom, but is that really in fact what's happening? Our classrooms and teachers, they have a lot going on. They really do. So really removing those obstacles, removing barriers so our teachers can teach and our students can learn. And the last component would be operations. This is vital. We understand that every department has a part to play and contributes to the success of our students. Students have to be fed. They have to be transported. Our buildings have to be conducive to learning. Our buildings must be a place where teachers can teach safely and students can learn safely. We've got to make sure that teaching and learning is providing the right resources and staying on the cutting edge of those resources and making sure that we're using the latest brain-based research and providing constant staff development and training for our teachers, ongoing staff development. That is key there. The quote really summarizes what I think about operations. The greatest asset of a company is its people. Those supporting people many times are unsung heroes. The things that they do on a daily basis, the things they did during COVID was just heroic. So we've certainly got to engage them, and I've certainly got to understand from them and through their prism how they support, how I can support them in their role so that, again, they can make sure that our teachers have safe conditions under which to work and teach, and our students have the optimal conditions under which to learn. And you can see those actions involved touring facilities, asking questions. I mentioned this in my one of my interviews. I don't know if it was with the community or with the Board of Trustees. It's going to be common for you to see me without a jacket and tie, talking to those that are repairing the buses, talking to those that are driving the buses, showing up after hours and having a conversation with those that are cleaning the hallways, those that are vacuuming the floors, those that are serving food. It's not, no job is below me. As a principal, it's quite often I would put on a hairnet and serve food. That was my way to stay connected to the employees, but also the students. Put on a hairnet, and probably don't need one right now, but that was many years ago. But those are some things that I did. And I think those are important for not only for me to see students from that perspective, but for the staff and the students to see me. Again, this is about building trust. This is about building confidence in their leader and someone that they feel they have the trust in where they can share ideas. We call that, psychological safety. And the more I'm visible and the more I do those things, I can expect stakeholders. And make no mistake about it, our students are one of our most important stakeholders. I mentioned before, they have the most to gain and the most to lose in a school system. So we've got to engage them. Very quite common in my current position, I ask students all the time, so how'd you do on that last exam? Didn't do very well, Dr. Trimble. Can you tell me why? And sometimes just asking why. As adults, many times we think we know the answer or we've got the right prescription to give them or the right intervention. But students, if you engage them, how can you learn better? If I were to go back and redo that, what should I do differently? And I think as instructors and leaders and teachers, that will inform our instruction a lot. And I'd like to see that. I'd like to hear that. I have a feeling that's going on in this school district just from what I saw last Tuesday touring the schools, the tremendous work that's going on. Obviously, what's happening in this school district was not by accident, it's by design. And I would like to be here to build upon that work. So you might ask how I'm going to do this. I just kind of went over listening and now about the learning part. I would engage stakeholders by asking these guiding questions. It's important that I ask these guiding questions to have a deep understanding of what the expectations are, but also how best to lead and build upon the success that you have here in DD2. I will not bore you by reading all these questions to you, but I'll just highlight a few of those. What is working well in our school district that we must continue to do? Because there's a lot of that, and we cannot forget that. We have got to continue a lot of things and build upon that. What needs to be improved? What advice, my favorite one is, what advice can you offer me that will help me be an effective superintendent for our school district? I think I may know the answer to that, but I need to hear that from the stakeholders to reaffirm that. And again, that's one of my very favorite ones. What 3 things happened in our school district or your school that you're most excited about? We all have those. Those are things that need to continue. Another one I'll highlight, what traditions or practices must we preserve to keep moving student learning forward and why? The why behind these answers are important. And these are questions that when I go out as part of my 45-day entry plan to ask and to learn, to listen, learn in order to lead. It comes down to this: listening to understand what's important, learn the needs of this school district, and then lead DD2 to the next level. This is my timeline. It's important, the pre-work, as soon as your superintendent's announced, if I am fortunate and lucky to be the one, it will begin immediately. It already has been. I've already been reflecting on some of the visits, some of the research I've done online, study the school district, study the community, visit frequently, begin to establish residency here. I think it's important to live and be an active member of this school community. And then the implementation part would take place in July and August, meet with those stakeholder groups, go through this process of listening, learning, before I can lead effectively. And then reporting out, provide the trustees an ongoing update of my progress towards this, and then report out in a final presentation to the board and the community sometime in October to let you know what I found out, what trends I have discovered, and then some possible actions to address those and keep the momentum going. But also, again, look at those areas that we want to improve in and keep building upon the success that DD2 has experienced over the last, not just several years, but over a period of longevity and long time. And we're right back to this, the tradition, the vision, and the quality. And that would be, in a nutshell, my 45-day entry plan.
Thank you, Dr. Trimble. Does anyone have any questions?
I do.
Ms. Robinson?
Could I just ask you, because you have the privilege of being the executive director for the high school offices, and can you just give us an example of maybe one or two unique things about a high school where you come from?
Two or three things about something unique that I've led or anything. Okay. Well, I think there's a few things that I would highlight is just giving students leadership roles and autonomy. I think in our schools, students have to be given that autonomy. In some of our schools, we have organizations that students can lead. They go into the community. We encourage community service to give back to community. A lot of high schools do that, but I think that's a unique opportunity. In one of our high schools, they not only develop, but they also maintain a community garden for the residents that live in that community, kind of give back. And it's twofold. They give back to the community. They also see what it's like to serve others, and I think that's important. Peer tutoring is a big thing. We've got students that, it's easier. Students, it's just been my experience, sometimes students that struggle with learning, they understand if it comes from a peer better than maybe an adult. Mm-hmm. So I think that's some unique things that I've seen in the schools that I lead. And also just giving students opportunities to travel to other places and learn other things that is directly, maybe indirectly impacts academics, but it gives them exposure to what's out there in the world.
Okay. Any other questions? Mr. Mitchum?
Good to see you again, Dr. Trimble. My question relates to when you were at the Orange County Office of Minority Affairs. Can you give us some raw statistics and numbers of how much the needle moved for that population of the students that you served? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, the Minority Achievement Office, one of the things that was, the purpose of that was to help schools implement practices and strategies and structures, not programs. I think in our conversation, people over programs, people are going to be a lot more effective than implementing some type of program, but we had an initiative called Acceleration. So for a group of students that struggle, sometimes it's better to front load them than to constantly give them remediation. Could you imagine if you didn't learn something, you had to go back and do it over and over and over again? So the premise is this, and it's research based. So about a week before a student is supposed to be exposed to some type of content, they get front loaded. They get to look at, maybe I'll just use math, some examples of some math problems they may be asked to perform, vocabulary, get to practice some of those math problems. So when they go into that classroom, they're no longer lost. They have an idea of what is being said, and it's been reported out. Teachers, and this is qualitative data, because I think qualitative data is just as important. It's a triangulation, qualitative and quantitative. So the qualitative data revealed that those students were more engaged, they participated more, they showed more confidence because they raised their hands, they asked questions, and a teacher reported those students didn't do that before. Okay, and the quantitative data was when we did some assessment at the end of the school year, they were performing almost 20% better than those students that weren't exposed to that acceleration, but were in the traditional tutoring program. So that was one of the ways that the gaps were closed, the academic gaps. And then another one was just simply students taking rigorous courses. We found there's a gap of students, and across all subgroups, Black, Hispanic, free and reduced lunch, and even ESC, those are all subgroups. So providing support so students can take those rigorous classes with the support necessary and give them the opportunity to be exposed to that.
Thank you, Dr. Trimble.
Mr. Farnsworth?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Trimble. I know that's a long drive. You've been down here a few times, and so thank you for joining us. I will ask you similar what I'd asked the other candidates tonight. Graduation rates, of course, I've looked, Orange County schools. It looks like most of the high schools there, and so you're over 22 high schools?
11 of the 22, yes.
11 of the 22, okay. It looks like most of them are like 99% graduation rate? Yeah. Is that a true statement?
Yeah. They're in the mid 90s to upper 90s, yes.
And so I haven't been able to see maybe the apples to apples comparison. That's phenomenal. But overall district, where has that, have you seen a change in inclining, declining? What?
No, we've seen a increase of our traditional high schools. Those are 9 through 12. Now in our district, we also have several charter. Being in Florida, we have a lot of charter schools. So our traditional high schools, like your 3 high schools here, I would deem them traditional high schools. We've seen an uptick in that, and just attribute it to those practices, those strategies and structures, and really identifying students way back even in middle school and early high school to provide the support. That's the key. That's the key, to provide that, so you're not waiting until just before graduation to help students across that stage, but catching them early and providing that support, consistent support. And that requires a lot of communication between the middle school and the high school. Here are a group of students we're working with. They've been struggling. This is what we're doing. This is where they're behind, and really informing that high school so they can pick up those students and continue that support so no student gets dropped. Because to me, a K-12 school district, the ultimate prize is for students to walk across that stage, college career, and what I call life ready, having the skills and be nimble enough to adjust to whatever society throws. And we read this all the time, that the jobs that we're preparing our students for today, they don't even exist. So we got to think in those terms. And it goes back to critical thinking, those executive skills, to have great habits and routines, and be self-advocating for themselves, to those types of things, and be lifelong learners. We do that. We set our students up for success for decades to come.
Great, thank you. And just to tell you, Ms. Robinson, what I did find interesting, how many languages are spoken in Orange County Public Schools?
There's over 170, about 160, maybe 170 languages and dialects in our school district. Yeah.
Impressive. Thank you.
And yeah.
Any other questions? Thank you, Dr. Trimble. We certainly appreciate you being a part of our process, and taking all the time to come down here and visit with us, and getting to know you, and you getting to know us. So
absolutely, it was a pleasure. Thank you. Nice to meet everyone.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move on now to the next part of our agenda, which is our school highlights. And Mr. Kinswright is going to be presenting that to us.
All right. Before we begin, our media friends, do you want to grab your mics? Make sure you don't leave without that. Thank you. Awesome. All right. Well, good. Well, I say this every time, and it's still true, so I'll share it again. This is the best part of my job. It's always good to bring the good news. to y'all. So, all right. So first, if you want to start with Amy Baldwin. So she received an amazing award that I had the opportunity to be there for. So her school, Oak Brook Middle School, went all out to recognize her for this award. And I would just like to tell you a little bit about it. So she received the Robert and Patricia Kern Teacher of the Year Award from Project Lead the Way. It's a national award. So she teaches 6th to 8th grade. She's the Gateway to Technology teacher at Oak Brook Middle. And so, yeah, her colleagues, current and former students and families celebrated her award, and they just packed the room. It was truly an incredible experience. And for the people who didn't have the opportunity to be there, so they pretty much had that thing that where you run through the.
Yes, we had our own tunnel, and since I'm a Gamecock fan, my illustrious principal let me have my own tunnel where they played 2001, and we had bells ringing, and it was just glorious. So sorry to the Clemson fans in the room, but it was wonderful.
Truly great experience. And so, yeah, Project Lead the Way, so that award is all about recognizing educators who demonstrate a strong record of inspiring and empowering students, expanding access to Project Lead the Way programs, and transforming teachings. So, yeah, Mrs. Baldwin.
Thank you. I think this is my first time without Pat Rayner, so this is a little different, but you're doing great. So I'm super excited. You know, as I've told people over and over again, I was blessed enough when Mr. Rutherford gave me the job in 2013 because I was hitting that 13 years teacher burnout, and it really changed my life, but the life for my students as well. I feel very empowered every day. Project Lead the Way gave me all the training I needed, and still continues to. And, you know, I'm blessed to have all the different varieties of students in our school, and I was so happy to have them all there to celebrate with me. And I hear from my students all the time that have gone through, and, you know, not every one of them is going to be an engineer, but I do hear from a lot of them that they got the confidence in my class to try new things. And, you know, as a product of DD2 schools, going through kindergarten all the way through, there's teachers in this room who gave me that same support. And so to be recognized for that, and to be recognized for all the students, teach my poor husband, we probably have 3,000 adopted children now because of this program, and he just embraces every one of them right along with me. So I thank you guys for having me here tonight, and I thank you very much. Yep, I know.
All right, and so for our second recognition, we're going to recognize 2 exceptional school counselors, if they want to make their way up. So we are represented on the statewide stage by Dr. Laquana Reeves Green from Somerville High School and Toya Richardson from Ashley Ridge High School. And so they both earned an appointment to the virtual South Carolina School Advisory Board. And so this is really important because they're going to share their insight and collaborate with school leaders across the state. This advisory board seeks to obtain direct feedback from school counselors, administrators, and teachers in order to improve and evolve the virtual South Carolina program to best serve the needs of students. So you're truly going to make a difference for students across the state. Thank you so much. You want to say a few words?
I would like to thank everyone, especially for this opportunity. I look forward to representing Dorchester School District 2. I just currently moved back 2 years ago with my husband from South Korea, and so I'm so excited. I'm passionate about students, and I believe that every student needs a champion.
And you're from Ashley Ridge, right?
I'm from Somerville High School.
Look at this.
Look at this. Okay. Good evening. I just want to say I'm also honored to be on the South Carolina Advisory Board for Virtual SC as well. And I just want to thank Ms. Green. I'm going to be with her. We're going to be working together, so it's a great opportunity. And I'm also passionate about students. I could say ditto to what she just said,
But yes, students come first, and we are ready to here to be representing them. Thank you.
Certificates.
Okay, next on our agenda is our public comments on agenda items. And we have some, so we're going to begin with our first person is JJ Meservey.
Good evening, and thank you all so very much for your service. Years ago, I was doing radio with Bill Hallman for a Somerville football game, and Mr. Hallman asked me if I would ever run for school board. And I said, absolutely not, my mother would kill me. And she texted me within a few seconds and said, you're darn right. So I just want to thank all of you for your service and thank Mr. Pye for his service. He was my elementary school teacher, and Patrick and I grew up and best friends and everything else. And I'm very invested in the school district. I've been a volunteer for many years. I obviously went here, and then I have the capacity that I do with the county. One of the things going back to this dreaded act that we talk about all the time is Act 388. And all of the folks that that y'all have narrowed down are just magnificent, and kudos to all of you. The thing that I wanted to impress upon everybody is, one of the things that I've heard is that politics don't matter. I get asked all the time, who is the best politician in Dorchester County? It's Joe Pye. And that's the absolute truth. I've been in the political game. My dad was in the House 10 years before I was born. And the way that Mr. Pye is able to navigate different things is just incredible. And when you're hiring somebody, politics do matter. How that person is going to be able to not only deal with the 7 of you, but the 7 county council people while you don't have budget autonomy, and especially with the legislator. I bet that if Mr. Pye right now, if we would have all known that the recession was coming and what Act 388 would have done, he would have had all the board members at that time shave their heads and paint themselves all kind of different colors and done dances in front of all of these different legislators' homes. And that's where we are right now. There's so many opportunities, and the opportunity that you guys have is great. Individually, you don't have that much power because you're one of 7. Collectively, you have the greatest responsibility. And when we talk about money, I've been doing this now 13 years, and I make mistakes about how a certain move will affect y'all. Y'all recently have made a lot of good investments in these TIF districts, which was never y'all's responsibility to bring to the county or the town, and now they're doing it, which are what a lot of other jurisdictions have done. So when you're looking at hiring somebody, having someone that can explain your financial needs and what that impact has on y'all needs to be a very important factor. Probably more so for this district than any other district in South Carolina. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meservey. Next up is Carter Baldwin.
Ms. Hughes, ladies and gentlemen of the board, Mr. Pye, thank you all for your service to our community, our students, my son. You all know that I am married into the family that is Dorchester District 2. I have 3 teachers across 2 generations in my family. I hear from a lot of teachers about a lot of things. I'm just there for a lot of conversations. So put a pin in that for later. I've been involved in leadership and public service for about 20 years now. I've had the time, the training, the experience to get it right, get it wrong, learn from that, and be led by great, be led by poor. I want to stress to the board that you guys don't need to be picking a manager. You need to be picking a leader. Public service requires leadership, not management. Having listened to all three of the finalist candidates, there's a balance to be found. Certainly, at the CEO level of any organization, there's management that has to be done, not at the exclusion of leadership. I believe that two of your finalists have a pretty good handle on the balance of that. The third, I believe, is a manager, and concerns me greatly if that person were to be chosen. The person that I'm speaking of has 14 years in superintendent and has been at 4 different districts. That averages out to a little over 3 years, not long enough to see a 5-year plan through. That concerns me. That makes me wonder, is this person one of 3 things? A fixer? Dorchester 2 certainly ain't broke. Is this person a quitter? Is he going to leave us hanging when things get tough? He even said so in his initial address to this board, that if he wasn't being affected, he'd hand over the reins. Or is he being run off? I hope this body has sought out those answers from someone other than the candidate, in the interest of our students, in the interest of our faculty who are going to lead our students. The other candidates I thought were magnificent. They both referenced some of the most time-honored aspects of leadership, putting learning and listening before leading. They both seem to embody to me having a distinct and passionate connection to the classroom, as far as practices over programs, being in touch with not only what are good practices, but the details of the details of the research that they're founded in and that they're validated upon. You cannot have successful programs if they're not being implemented by professionals who have good practices under their belts. I don't feel that third candidate has a focus on that. So that's my 2 cents, and I wanted to say it publicly. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Baldwin. Next up is Jason Brockert.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Mr. Pye, and board. I know I've said this a few times before. I really do, even when I come up and I give constructive criticism, I really appreciate the job that y'all are doing. Right now, one of probably the most important thing, and we've all heard tonight, there have been 3 very distinguished applicants. The piece that we're missing is further public input. Now, I saw that the district put out another survey for input about specifically tonight's 45-day plans and what does everybody think. And the deadline for that currently sits at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, which doesn't seem very fair to a lot of working families. I mean, if folks make time to be here, if folks get up in front of the microphone and give you their thoughts, I mean, that's worth something. But even more than that are the collective thoughts of the entire community. So I would really stress that a little bit more time be given to get some meaningful feedback from the community about this. Not rush feedback, not I'll get to it when I can get to it, and I'll see if I can make 30 minutes to review the videos. But give another day or so. Again, I know there's a deadline coming up, and y'all have that deadline on you. So it's a matter of trying to collect all of this information as quickly and as meaningfully as possible. So a little bit about that, and I know everybody's already put in their input. The meet and greets, really would have been more successful as Q&As. The 2 minutes that I got to spend with each of the candidates was my 2 minutes. It doesn't go anywhere else. And nobody else gets to hear what each of the candidates said in response to any of my questions. It was very personable, one-to-one, and is not really valuable to the community at large. So I really hope that you give a little bit more time for the full community to give you their meaningful input. Allow them the time to review what each of the candidates has said and give you some actionable feedback about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brockert. Next up is Stephen Wright.
Well, good evening, Board. I want to thank you for the opportunity to address each of you this evening. My name is Stephen Wright, and I'm a proud product of the Dorchester District 2 school system. It was in this district that laid the foundation for the success that I've experienced in both my professional career and personal life. And I'm thankful for the countless teachers, administrators, and staff that shaped me into who I am today. In fact, I was walking in, I saw one of my high school administrators, Mr. Wilson, who was a great guy, and I always appreciated his discipline when I most needed it. I came tonight to address the upcoming selection for a superintendent because I firmly believe this is the most important decision any of you will make in the course of your time on this school board. I want to commend you for the transparent process that has culminated in tonight's presentations by each of the 3 finalists. And I believe that a majority of this board has worked in good faith and open mind and sincerely sought community input. This process, to my knowledge, was the very first search for superintendent in the history of our school district. I believe that each of the 3 finalists would serve our district well. However, there is one candidate who, in my opinion, would serve as a truly transformative leader for this pivotal moment in the story of District 2, and that person is Dr. Shane Robbins. After an extensive review of his resume, Dr. Robbins brings a perspective that is greatly needed for this moment. First, he has the experience as a current superintendent, in fact, the only current superintendent of the 3 finalists. During his more than a decade of experience, Dr. Robbins has transformed every district he has led from poor or mediocre to excellent. Dr. Robbins' experience does not only include academics, as he is a decorated member of the United States Army, where he serves as a lieutenant colonel. Second, at his current role in Kershaw County, when so many school systems across our state and the country were in decline following the coronavirus pandemic, including our own here in DD2, Kershaw County was hailed as a shining example for South Carolina by achieving even greater academic success for their students. It was hailed by Governor McMaster, in fact. And third, and most importantly, our district is at a very pivotal moment. You see, this year marks a decade since I graduated from Somerville High School. Since that time, unfortunately, our district has slowly slid backwards from being in the top 10 to now almost being near number 20. In this moment, we cannot let the status quo continue. Our students deserve better, our community expects better, and our reputation requires better. I feel confident Dr. Robbins will execute success as he has at every previous assignment, and our district and community will be blessed by the benefits of his exemplary leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Okay, next up is Frank Strapoli.
Good evening. First and foremost, I want to thank the district in its entirety for hosting and allowing for an opportunity to meet with the candidates and engage in discussion. You all, as elected officials, have the duty to hire the role, but you allowed us an opportunity to engage and converse with the candidates. I attended each evening from a posture of many roles, most importantly, a PTSA president, a mentor in the district, and a parent. I myself am a product of Dorchester District 2. This was a great opportunity for the community to discuss ideas and directions going forward. Every candidate was personable, enthusiastic, and had a vision, which is why I'm here tonight. I'm here to ask this board to make the decision in the best interest of the district, to please hire Dr. Robbins as DD2 superintendent. While every candidate had some strengths, I found in my time with him that Dr. Robbins was the most enthusiastic and insistent on partnership with our community. He made it clear that he would be supportive and would work with any entity that supported his students and staff in a positive manner and promoted the success of the district. The key points that led me to this, as well as his commentary, are his resume and tenure in the role of superintendent. He understands the job needs and demands, his military background, and the knowledge of conflict resolution and approach to service over self, his commitment to partnership. Our educators and staff need all the support they can get. Our parents need someone who they know is working empathetically for them. Personally, for me, I have total admiration for someone who is so inclusive and considerate of a decision like this with their family. He displayed his values and the importance of their support in his decision. This community is thriving with those same values that are on display every day. I see it firsthand with the appreciation on the faces of administrators and educators when I walk in the door to help. I see it in our business when to partner with the district to help enhance the experience for families. We need that type of leadership to foster that consistency and continue to grow those relationships. Therefore, as a volunteer, as a PTA president, as a father in this district, I'm asking you to please select Dr. Robbins for the role of superintendent. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Strapoli. Okay, next on our agenda is our approval of our minutes. Board members, you should have received in your packets the regular meeting of March 14th, call meeting of March 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. I need a motion to approve those. Motion made by Ms. Crosby.
Second.
Second by Mr. Guthrie. Do we have any discussion? All in favor? 7-0. Okay, next is our superintendent's report, the state of the district. Mr. Pye.
Thank you very much. Let's see. Got so engrossed in all the conversation, almost forgot I had to say something myself. We're quickly approaching the home stretch of the school year, and with all this transition we're talking about, we're just on the fringes of big things to happen, a lot of things that's causing anxiety and all, just closing down a year, especially the year that we've had in the last couple of years we've had, is very stressful. And plus, we have to get ready for next year with a change in leadership and the other changes that are going on with a lot of retirees and people coming on a lot of transition. But with all that said and done, it has not taken our focus off about how can we be the best we can be? How do we continue those things that are working well? And how do we continue to grow? As we've learned from the pandemic, we have to be flexible. We have to be willing to move quickly in different areas, directions, after we've gotten the support of the community and also of our staff to make sure there is buy-in so that it will be successful as people navigate how to do it and work with us as a team. One of the things I want to share is those of you, some of you in the room I know I saw at last night's or yesterday afternoon's PTA Reflections that was put on by our PTA over the PAC Center. It was a great turnout, a lot of talented students in the arts. And I want to give a special thank you to Sierra Mel and her dedicated PTA team for organizing such a fantastic event. It was just first class. And I really liked how it went. It was quick, but yet again, each child was truly recognized. And as they had their moment right there in front of their families and each other to really celebrate what they are learning in school. Future Chefs Program. That'll be held this Wednesday at 5 o'clock at Ashton Ridge High School. This event culminates in an exciting month-long competition at each of our elementary schools. A school winner was named, and now those school-level winners will participate in a cook-off on Wednesday and declare a district future chef. This is one of our elementary kids. Also, we have had so many both individual and group student awards this spring. I'm getting something every day from somebody, whether it be a teacher, a coach, a principal, or a parent, telling me the great news that's involving one of their family members, whether it be a school family member or the personal family member. Our high school hostless students just returned from their competition in North Charleston and will move on to nationals in Nashville. Our future business leaders in America just competed in the state competition this past weekend, and several will be heading to Chicago for nationals. Our bands and choruses have recently competed in the spring concert performance at the state level through those assessments and have received superior or excellent ratings, many of them. Spring sports are now in full swing with baseball, track, soccer, tennis, and softball. Our schools are brimming with excitement as musicals and plays are happening once again. This week, the students at Fort Dorchester High School will be sharing their performance of The Wiz, while our district will showcase dance on Thursday evening at the PAC Center. The month of April really heats up with our celebrations for our star performers from each of the school campuses and site locations around the district, our district spring PTA awards, and closing out with our annual volunteer appreciation at the end of the month. And of course, I left off, but also the retirement group. We celebrate our retirees and their time with us in Dorchester too, wishing them well. So that's the big event we do towards the end of school also. So we've always looked forward to these spring events and celebrations, but even more so now than ever. It was just wonderful to see people's faces yesterday, see them smiling, celebrating their students and celebrating each other. It's just an uplifting experience to see the rewards of all the labor on part of the kids as well as their teachers. We have an excellent arts program in our district, and yesterday was just a perfect example of that showcase. And I'm sure with all the other things I've mentioned, each of those are a showcase for those individual groups of folks and what they're doing to make our district so successful. So that concludes my report.
Okay, does anybody have any questions or comments for Mr. Pye?
A lot of good things.
Thank you, Mr. Pye. Okay, board members, in your packets, you should have received the personnel reports for the resignations for 21-22 school year. Does anyone have any problem with doing that in open session? Okay, I need a motion to approve those.
So moved.
Motion made by Mr. Guthrie. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Farnsworth. Any discussion? All in favor? 7-0. Okay, moving on to our financial report. Ms. Meunier. Brian.
Good evening, Madam Chair, board members, and Mr. Pye. This evening we'll be discussing the January 2022 financials for our general fund. So we have our January 22 as compared to our January 21 on our first page of our balance sheet. Our total assets at the end of January were $55,428,000 as compared to $57 million last year. Some of that difference was made up in, as you can see in the liabilities, we had some additional tax anticipation notes payable from last year of the $12 million. So that provided us some extra cash last year, which we thankfully did not end up needing because we weren't sure if the funding was going to come in on time from the state. So we were just holding on to that, and then we paid it off as it became due. So that was the difference in some of our assets and liabilities at that time from last year. And then you can see our fund balance. Our total change in fund balance as of the end of January is $5.9 million, so it brought our fund balance to $47 million. On the next page, we have our revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balance. Through the end of January, our total revenues were $117.6 million. I can report that our taxes, as we discussed in our board budget workshop just a little while ago, it looks like our taxes are going to come in maybe just a little lower than what was budgeted. Some of our EFA funding may come in a little bit lower as projected out for the end of the year. Some of the other state sources will come in higher, so we look like we're right on track, maybe just a tad lower overall for the rest of this year. But as of the end of January, we were at $117.6 million for revenues. As far as our expenditures, we are at 51% at $111 million, so that equated to our change in fund balance of the $5.9 million. The next item you'll see is our food service balance sheet. Our food service department, our relationship with Sodexo is really doing well. They are really working hard. They have increased participation, and you can see here on this form that on this balance sheet that we are doing well. Our change in fund balance is $1.6 million, so that's a surplus of our revenues over expenditures through the end of January. which you can see on our next page, which is the schedule of revenues and expenditures. The participation has gone up. You'll see that our meal reimbursements have gone up almost over $3.5 million. Of course, our purchase services will increase for the cost of food because we pay Sodexo for the food, but they've just been really doing well this year, and we're realizing some profit with them this year. We've been speaking with Michelle and with the Sodexo folks, and we have some capital improvements that we need to make for purchasing some additional ovens that may need to be replaced, or some refrigerators. So we'll be able to use some of those additional funds for that. The next report that you have in your packet was the school activity balances. I know this is an area that we've been talking about that we're keeping a close eye on. Folks are trying really hard at the schools to focus on maybe some special projects or some special things that haven't been able to be purchased in the past. I've had some carryover monies, so they're really working hard to get those items spent for the revenues that have been collected this year for the students in this current year, and also to help take care of some of that carryover. So we're working with them and keeping an eye on that with them. So those are all of the reports that I had for y'all in your packets this evening. If you have any questions.
Anybody have any questions for Ms. Nye? Okay, I have a motion to accept the financial information for information purposes only. Do I have a second? Second by Ms. Crosby. Motion was made by Mr. Farnsworth. Any further discussion? All in favor? 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next on the agenda is our facilities and construction. Mr. Souls.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Pye. Pretty exciting time right now. We've got a lot of stuff going on, and everything is going well. I'm happy to report in the morning, the third party is going to go to Ashley Ridge High School to certify the greenhouse so we can get that in service for our students. And hopefully we can get the paperwork back from OSF a little quicker than we have been on everything else to get those folks in there. Out at Edisto Middle School, they're currently working on continuing the mechanical, electrical, plumbing, rough ends throughout the building. The roof is about 95% dried in. They've got about 85% of the windows and doors in, so they're looking at it to be completely dried in, hopefully by mid to the end of April. First part of May is a definite. And hopefully by the first part of May, they will have the air conditioning systems up and running. There's a little delay on the switchgear. The bottom picture shows one of the rooftop units actually set, and so they're moving right along. The interior finishes are going on. They're doing the block fill right now, putting in drywall, doing mud and taping, and all that preliminary work that goes into it. The phase one stormwater piping out around the schools. The school is being completed. Paving on the Peace Avenue side of the school going into the front of the school they've got the first coat of asphalt down, and the stone base is on the other part all the way around the school, so you can drive around the entire school now. And that's the road that all the construction workers are using now, because they've gone over and started working on the bus loop side to bring that road up to grade and start to get some pavement down on that. The ceiling grid is going up in the cafeteria, and the kitchen equipment is being installed. So that's always a good sign to have that stuff going in a very timely manner. And we're still on track for an August 8th completion. That'll be substantial completion. Hopefully there'll be a final cleanup before that, but we're in the final crunch now. Now's when the nerves get kind of tense, and everybody starts to, hope that this thing continues down the path that it's going. And now that we have pavement on the ground and we're not so concerned about mud anymore, I think things are looking very well. Right behind us here, the DO Annex, the gym renovation, that's going well. We've started some selective demolition in that gym. They actually tore up the floor. The gym floor is gone. And we found asphalt underneath the gym floor. We really didn't know what was under there until we started removing the lumber on that gym floor, and it's in pretty good shape for 100-year-old asphalt. But we're going to start by the design documents for that project were uploaded to OSF in the portal, and we've got to do an OSF review here sometime in the very near future. I just want to take a moment to talk about the facility walkthroughs. We're going to start those tomorrow. We're going to start in the morning. So I hope to see everyone there. One thing I want to tell you about is energy conservation. Back in 2012, the state legislature passed a law that said that all public schools, colleges, and universities had to develop an energy conservation plan to come up with a plan to reduce their energy consumption by 20% by the year 2020. I was at a conference a couple weeks ago, and we actually received this award for achieving that goal of a 20% reduction. We actually did that back in 2019, and we've continued it. Now we're somewhere around 23% of energy reduction since 2012. The award itself is kind of insignificant, but the significant part is we have reduced our energy consumption over nearly 3.5 million square feet by 23% in a few short years.
That's great.
And as soon as you hit a goal like this, the bad news is Dominion asked for a rate increase this year. So that's up for the Public Service Commission. They can figure out what they're going to do with that. I'm sure they asked for a 100% increase, and they might end up with 3%. I don't know how that's going to shake out, but hopefully it doesn't hurt us too bad, and we can look at it one day and say, you know what, we're going down the right road to reduce our energy consumption and save the district money. That's our bottom line. That's my report.
Thank you, Mr. Souls. Anybody have some questions?
Just a quick question on that last point. So on the energy consumption, I know several years ago we had, I think we went into the contract for the solar.
Yes, sir, we did.
Is that still in effect?
Yes, sir, we did. That was in 2019. We entered that contract with Community Solar. This year, since July 1st, we've saved $20,760.
Just this year, so January through March? Since
July 1st, the fiscal year. Since we went into the contract, we have saved $120,696. So that's another way we can save money is to make sure that all of our accounts, and Matt Pierce, he's not here tonight. He has some family issues, and I wanted him to be here because a lot of this weight that he's carrying, he gets these numbers for me. He checks this stuff like on a daily basis. He checks the temperatures in classrooms on a daily basis to find out, what's too cold, what's too hot, and we're trying desperately. This year we spent $250,000 on air conditioning replacements. We've replaced 17 units since August. So the worst of the worst, we're culling those out. We're getting those replaced as quickly as we can. And I know that there are still a lot of folks struggling out, a lot of units struggling out there, and a lot of folks are counting on us to get to that stuff. And we're getting to those as quickly as we can to replace them as quick as we possibly can. And we've enlisted, some contract help to help us replace those larger units. And I think we're doing a good job of trying to keep up with the needs. And I know every time we replace a unit, we're replacing something that's 30 years old. And the ones we're replacing are probably there's a energy ratio and what we call a SEER rating or EER. And what used to be a SEER 8, we're replacing that with SEER 15s and 16s now. So those are much more efficient units. So every time we replace one, we're spending a little bit of money to get them up there. Well, a lot of money, I'm not gonna lie. We're spending a lot of money to change those out, but we should feel that on the energy bill in the years to come.
The efficiency you get on the back end, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Is there still a push? I know years ago, again, in the construction trades, there was a push for the LEED certification stuff. Is that still out there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. LEED is very much alive. During that conference, I attended one seminar. It was strictly about LEED. The LEED program is very good. There's a premium to be paid for LEED certification, and you have to do that up front. If you got a very stringent budget, normally during the value engineering process, some of those LEED points get taken away. So unfortunately, in our middle school, we didn't go for the LEED certification, but we did put a 4-pipe system in where chilled water and hot water will heat and cool a school. And that's huge, because using natural gas to heat a school is much cheaper than a lot of VAV boxes with electric heaters in them.
Sure. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think the important part is to go to these seminars and learn what it is that makes it a LEED school. Don't pay the fees and come back and input them into your school. So it's a win-win.
Well, to be LEED certified, you have to get an architect that is LEED certified, and they are the ones that have to build that school around the LEED certification.
Right, and the expense is astronomical just for that certification. So that's what I'm saying. If you go and learn what you need to do, we just come back and implement them, and we don't need the little piece of paper or the little gold star that hangs on the wall, as long as we're conserving the energy. So,
one point about going to seminars and learning, Matt Pierce, I mentioned him. He is our energy manager. He, on his own accord, he went out, he got a grant. He applied for it, he got it. He's going to a building operator certification course in Greenville. He's out of pocket on Fridays to get that certification, and he's going to bring that knowledge back to us and put it to good use.
That's perfect.
Mr. Souls, we probably saved a lot of money too during COVID because we weren't in the schools, right? On energy.
We didn't save a lot of money because when we were out of schools, we were more concerned with ventilation and flushing the air. So one of the initiatives that we did, and ASHRAE actually recommended it, is to flush our buildings 2 hours before occupation. So where we would normally bring a elementary school up at 6 a.m. to occupied temperature, we were bringing it up at 4 a.m. just to get the ventilation going and bring in more fresh air. And then after 2 hours, after everybody was gone, we were still running it to get another fresh air flush in. It was I think it was probably a break-even deal because our schools weren't occupied as densely. Therefore, we didn't have the heat load and the occupant load that you would. But we were able to save some money, but not a lot.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Souls? Oh, thank you, Mr. Souls.
Thank you.
Okay, next on our agenda is our 22-23 school calendar year and our bell schedule. Mr. Pye and Matt Kinsray.
I'm going to put it right directly to Matt, and Jennifer, you helping with this too? As I assume you were in my part that I started with, so to make sure it's covered. All right, go for it.
All right. Go to our presentation. There we go. Well, first, before I start, I just want to thank Mrs. Passmore. She did a great job last week, really, getting all this together, getting everybody that we needed to talk to together. It was really critical work, so thank you, Mrs. Passmore. But yeah, and so while I'm giving out thank yous, I want to thank our calendar committee. After they worked so hard, they actually came back. So with your feedback, we had a very focused conversation, really looking at the best ways we could address those concerns and really arrive at the best possible outcome for our entire community. Because as we all know, the school calendar really impacts every single person in the district. And so I also want to thank you, our Board of Trustees, and Mr. Pye, for really asking those tough questions. You have a really hard job making sure that everything we're doing, we do arrive at the best possible outcome. So I just want to say thank you for the opportunity. All right. So first, I thought that we would start with kind of the structure, or I guess really the parameters of what we were working with. So starting with the law, as you can see, there's the full text of the relevant law, and so we pulled out kind of the highlights on this next slide. So the school term has to be 190 days. 180 days of those have to be instruction. The opening date for students must not be before the third Monday in August, except for schools operating on a school or year-round modified calendar. And Mrs. Passmore will have some more information about that. And then as you go through, obviously we have the day set aside for PD. And then at the bottom there, having the election day off in November on the even years. So all of those, definitely weigh into our considerations. All right, and then so beyond that, kind of looking at what our calendar committee is considering. So they have, some things that they want to preserve. So having at least 3 days off for Thanksgiving, and then having a certain amount of early release days that really helps our teachers for PD, and also, just kind of time to plan and look ahead. And then new for this upcoming school year, the state has specified that the e-learning days are not to be included on the calendar. However, we can use 5 days for weather situations, losing power, things like that. All right, and so here's the process that we follow for the school calendar. It's very thorough. We want to make sure we get input from every possible group. And so they develop options for people to look at. Whether it's the superintendent's cabinet, whether it's teachers, principals, parents, we really want, everybody to have input. So unfortunately with COVID, we weren't able to do as much of that with our liaison groups. However, we were able to, get some feedback to make sure that we were kind of honoring the priority of getting, engaged input for the calendar. And so we also want to be good neighbors. So as much as possible, we want to align with DD2, Berkeley County and Charleston County. And as we all know, we share the Career and Tech School with DD2. So it's really paramount that we have a lot of alignment with them, just because we do share kind of a calendar and staff with them. And then, so now we're at the step now where we're going to share with you kind of our proposal and what all went into that. So if you don't have any questions for me, I'm going to pass it on to Mrs. Passmore.
Good evening, everyone. So at the last meeting, one of the concerns that was raised was about the early release days. And students needing as much instructional time as possible. In years past, we've had as many as 10 early release days. The current calendar has 8. This proposed calendar has 7 early release days. The question was also raised, can we request a waiver to start school earlier to enable high school students to take their exams before winter break? The answer is yes. The South Carolina Department of Education recommends taking ample time to collect input from families, staff, community, and elected officials to garner support for moving towards a modified year calendar. In addition, other considerations should also be noted. The new superintendent will be an important part of this discussion. Starting school earlier puts DD2 out of sync with the Tri-County area, as well as the impact on family schedules, returning student registration, teacher induction, summer school, teachers with summer jobs, and the virtual education exam schedule. So the calendar committee is comprised of teachers, parents, school administrators, systems operators, and district staff. The committee met last Monday to consider changes to the proposed calendar. It's important to note their guiding principles, what is best for all DD2 students, and to ensure the calendar development process remains intact by collaborating with all stakeholders. So let's take a look at the recommendation from the committee. The committee proposes moving to 43-day quarters in semester 1 and 47-day quarters in semester 2, instead of the traditional 45-day quarters. This allows for exams and testing before winter break. It also adds instructional days to second semester to offset the high volume of spring activities. So if you take a look at the calendar, in January especially, the end of the quarter and the end of the semester is now January the 6th and was originally the 12th. And then January 3rd through 5th allows for credit recovery, returning books, finalizing schedule changes, and other activities. In October, the end of the quarter moved from the 17th to the 13th. And in March, the end of the quarter moved from the 22nd to the 20th. So there were only 3 slight changes to the calendar. So just to recap, again, just 3 slight changes. October 13th, the end of the quarter. January 6th is now the end of the second quarter and first semester. And March 20th is the end of third quarter.
Okay, does anyone have any questions?
Sorry, make a motion that we accept the updated calendar as proposed.
Okay, I have a motion to accept the updated calendar as presented from Mr. Farnsworth, and I have a second by Mr. Mitchum. Any discussion on that?
I just want to thank the committee. I know it takes a lot of work.
Yes, especially in going back and trying to readjust and everything else. So yes, thank you very much. Anybody
Yes,
else?
I'd like to echo that as well. Thank you very much for the time, just for looking into all the possibilities. I appreciate it. And this seems like a very creative response. I mean, a great idea. Makes a lot of sense, and I think it sounds fabulous. Thank you.
It was great collaboration between the administration as well as the committee, and everybody was very happy with the outcome.
Oh, good. That's great to hear. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor? 7-0. Okay, next. Oh,
sorry. So next is the proposed bell schedule.
Oh, I forgot about the bell schedule. Sorry about that.
This was also brought up at the last meeting. No changes were made to the proposed bell schedule, but we do have to propose it. So there were no changes in the hours. Elementary is 7:15 a.m. to 2:05 p.m. Middle school is 8:10 a.m. to 3 o'clock p.m. And high schools, Rawlings and Gap, 9:10 a.m. to 4 o'clock p.m. And this new schedule, it's new for this year. It's different from our current schedule, but it provides equal instructional time for all levels, so everybody has a 6-hour and 50-minute day. And also getting high school and Rawlings and Gap bus riders to school on time by increasing the time between middle school and high school drop-off by 15 minutes.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the bell schedule? Motion made by Ms. Robinson. Do I have a second? Mr. Farnsworth, any discussion? All in favor? 7-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda is our board policy committee. Mr. Farnsworth.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair. So our first policy is coming back to the board. So for second reading, policy JLDBB, Juliet Lima Delta Bravo Bravo. That is suicide prevention, intervention, and postvention. No changes between first reading and second reading coming back to the board, as well as the accompanying rule, JLD-BB-R, which is Romeo for those keeping track at home, suicide prevention, intervention, postvention, and the administrative rule.
Okay, coming from committee, we need no second. So do we have any questions or comments on the policy and the adjoining rule? Okay, all in favor? 7-0. Mr. Farnsworth?
Thank you. Again, Policy Committee has been busy, and I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to work on that committee and chair it, and Ms. Wimberly. We're getting a lot of stuff done. There's a lot of policies that need to be gone over, and just a lot of updating and just making sure everything is in line with where we need to be. So the latest policies coming to the full board, again, these are coming out of committee. They were voted on by the committee. At our last policy committee meeting, the first one is GA, Golf Alpha, that deals with personnel goals as well as priority objectives. No major changes in there, just some wording changes. Nothing that I would say of it's of substance. I don't want to use that language, but it's just cleaning up some of the language and updating that policy for today's world. The second one similarly, and I will say these first three, GA, GBB, Golf Bravo Bravo, is staff involvement in decision making. Again, just cleaning up the language in there. You will see in a lot of our policies, the model policy, it used to be we would have the purpose right there at the beginning of the policy. That's really no longer necessary or needed because we're able to put it into the policy itself. So we're cleaning that up a lot of places. So that's GBB as well as GBC, Golf Bravo Charlie, which is staff compensation. So I would encourage everyone to look at those. Again, that's for first reading for personnel-wise. And then the last one's on the list, the easier one of the two, IJL, India, Juliet, Lima. The rule that accompanies that policy, we're actually looking to delete that rule, so that rule would go away. And then IJL, which is library materials selection and adoption, we're actually folding in the majority of what was in the rule will now be folded into the actual policy IJL. And again, those are all coming from committee. A lot of really good discussion, especially around library materials selection and adoption. A lot of good conversation went back and forth. That one actually took a little bit longer to come out of committee than initially just running it through again because a lot of good discussion. So that's what I've got. And any questions? Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, that as well, coming from committee for first reading, we need no second on that. So are there any discussions or comments? Okay, seeing no questions or comments, all in favor? 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Farnsworth and Ms. Wimberly, for all of your hard work with those policies. Next, under committee reports, we have our Board Facilities Committee, and that is Ms. Crosby with our walkthrough dates.
Tomorrow starts the big walkthroughs. We have 8 days scheduled, 6 days scheduled. Tomorrow we will be at Austin Bailey, Austin Middle, Reeves, DuBose, and Somerville Elementary. We will be going through, and we had that facilities report done a couple of years ago, but we're taking the things that are most important based on safety always. And there's not a lot of money from what Ms. Tina tells us, but we're going to always take care of things for safety because that's the most important thing for children. So, and then the other dates, April 4th, April 6th, April 7th, April 18th, and 19th, they'll be posted so you can see them. And any board members that would like to participate will be at Austin Bailey at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, and this is also on our website, correct? This is also on our website. These dates are on the website? Are these dates on the website, I guess is what I'm asking.
They could be on the website? That's what I said. They'll be posted, right?
The dates for the walk, they can be. that would probably be good, yes, if we could do that. So, yeah.
Could I make a request? And I can't see you, Lee, but you have always been so good to let us know when one school's wrapping up, because sometimes we can't go to one, but we can go to 3 or vice versa. Would you please, so that we could get to, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crosby. We appreciate that. Okay, next on the agenda, we have the Board Budget Committee and with a budget workshop update, and that's Mr. Mitchum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today we held our first school board budget workshop. Our next one will be on Wednesday, April 20th. But for a recap of today, I'd like to ask Ms. Tina Meunier to present. And in advance, I would like to thank her and Billy for working diligently on this despite not getting a lot of the information to be able to put together until like 10 o'clock Friday night or something like that. No, sometime late Friday. So thank you for getting this information to us.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yes, we started our budget work for the 22-23 year. I won't go over all of the slides. We'll just hit the highlights. And I do thank Billy. He's integral in getting this information together. But I want to thank everyone in our finance staff and all the finance secretaries across the whole district, because without them, we wouldn't be able to capture all this data and account for everything in the right place throughout the whole year. So I just want to say thank you to everyone. So the big thing that we started off with was that the governor decided to propose a new methodology for allocating money to school districts this year. So there's no longer a base student cost. They are proposing, or his plan proposed to use an aid to classrooms program, which includes calculations of the cost of a teacher and the number of teachers needed to serve students. And you'll see the ratio of 11.7 student-teacher ratio. That doesn't mean that it's only 11.7 students per class. So that's a little misleading, but we have a few more students than that in all of our classes, but that's just for calculation purposes. So the Aid to Classrooms program combines a lot of the separated allocations that we used to receive from state monies, and it's all going to this Aid to Classrooms program. One of the items to note is that there's a statewide minimum salary schedule that is reflects a $4,000 increase from the state minimum schedule. We'll talk more about that in just a second. So originally the governor's plan proposed for us at DD2 to have a decrease of $2 million. Thankfully, when the budget went to the House Ways and Means Committee, they adjusted it. They found some additional money on their side. So the student-teacher ratio went down to 11.2. The cost for a teacher went up to $69,000. So the calculation actually increased to a positive $2 million for Dorchester too. So we're getting better. One of the things that we also noted in the workshop was that we still have not gotten back up to pre-pandemic levels with our enrollment. As one of the candidates pointed that out, we had 25,000 students in FY20. We're only at 24,600 currently. Another thing that we talked about was the fund balance of our general fund budget. Right now we're a little bit over our 15%, which is our cap based on local legislation. However, thank you to Ms. Graham for finding that the House passed this just recently, that there was a proviso that we would be able to suspend the cap for this new year as well, which is really great. We discussed that we had our first pot of federal funding out of the ESSER 1 money. It was $3.5 million. We've almost expended all of that. We have $43,000 left in that pot of money. In our ESSER 2 funds, we had $18 million allocation. This grant ends on September of 2023. We're using these funds to help with summer remediation programs. We have extensive programs last summer. We plan to continue that for this summer. We are working on air quality with ionization units. We hired additional permanent subs, just things that we could do to help address learning loss, which is another big key item in these ESSER 3 funds, which is on this slide, which our allocation was $40.5 million. This pot of money goes through September of 2024. We've spent just a tiny bit of this. We have $35 million remaining out of this pot of money. These are just a few of the examples of items that we were planning that the board approved for us to spend out of these ESSER funds. Educational technology, again, the continued summer programs, after school tutoring. We're working to hire some social workers to help with the social and emotional needs, mental health counselors. We'll be able to continue our math coaches and our permanent subs. And again, we have the unrestricted rate that we can get indirect costs for. That'll help us with some one-time uses over in general fund. So some pie charts, I'll just show you the pretty pictures to get to the fun part of the words before the numbers. So our revenue changes for DD2, which came out of the House, so after it went from the governor to the House Ways and Means to the House. These are the changes that came into play from the state level. You'll note the first line item, though, is our local property tax increase from assessments. So we received that information from JJ this morning from the auditor's office. Thank you for getting that to us. That is just a slight increase of $100,000, but hey, we will take it. Our state revenue in lieu of taxes, that's our Tier 3 money. That's probably a little bit more than 1.1 million, but since we don't have the exact calculation because we share those funds with the career school, we'll be able to report a better number on that a little later. So we have aid to classrooms, which is the new funding source where they rolled up all of the money. So we're getting $123 million in that, in those line items. We will no longer be getting those line items that have the negative $117 million in it, but the net of those two is actually a good thing. It's $6 million. So for the additional state and local revenues here, you'll see we're at $8.7 million. To the good for revenues for next year. So we'll be able to use some of those additional revenues to pay for the mandates that the state imposed on us. However, they did give us some money this year for the health insurance increase of 18% of the employer cost. It's $1.5 million. 1% retirement increase of $1.3 million. And the teacher step increase, which we've included as a 2% average, which includes fringe, for just teachers of 2.4. So those are all mandated in the budget that we must include in our budget. We've also included, since the board and Mr. Pye are very, we appreciate that they think of not just the instructional folks, but the operational folks who support the instructional folks, to give a 2% increase as well. So $1 million for those folks. Speaking of the new middle school, we have additional staff that needs to be hired for that school. We won't be able to transfer a nurse. We need a new nurse. We need new guidance counselor. We need principal, assistant principals. We will be transferring some teachers. As the students transfer, we are able to bring teachers, but we still need those additional staff. So also, we have to pay for energy. You have to turn the lights on. So $1.6 million is the calculation to start up that new school. One thing that we've been talking about for a few years, which Mr. Pye said we really need to build this into the budget, this is a board initiative. We talked about this for a couple of years. We're looking at a teacher shortage. We just need to entice teachers to come back and work with us if they're good. We need them. So we have included in the budget to eliminate the 10% retiree deduction, which is only $450,000. So that was great. Another new project that we're working on for next year is the student co-op program for technology. That's to have one student in the media center to help with check-in of the student devices, check out, to be able to troubleshoot if they're able to do that, and also to help the media assistants since they'll be doing some of that work as well. So those additional expenditure increases are at $9 million. So as you can see, our revenues went up by 8.7, our expenditures went up by 9. So first time in, I don't know, the history of the world, we were only bringing a deficit of $282,000 to the board right now. So hopefully as the budget moves through in Columbia, we'll be able to come back and bring you a balanced budget a lot sooner than last year, and we won't be stressing out so much about it. It's great. So here are all the numbers that we just went through. They're just in line item format, in columns. Your first column is the current budget. We're at $225 million. Projected revenues that we anticipate through the rest of the year is $223 million. And we're proposing $234.6 million for total revenues for next year, which is that increase of 8.7 we just talked about. In our expenditure categories, again, the first column is our current year budget, where you can see our revenues less expenditures were zero. We had a balanced budget. Our projected expenditures for next year, we're only showing $855,000. That is even including the bonus that was given. So we're really doing well this year. We saved some funds. We unfortunately had some vacancies. The classes were covered, maybe by another teacher who didn't have a class, so she covered a class that was open. So we saved on an FTE there, but we did pay the teacher if she was covering an extra class. Those classes were covered through ESSER monies, so we realized some savings in the general fund. In our proposed budget for next year is $234.9 million in expenditures, which only leaves us $282,000 to try to find the difference for. And I think we can do that. Hopefully, when it gets to the Senate, like I said, we're gonna be fine, as long as some other things don't happen like this. Some items that are currently not in the budget. One thing that we were really wanting to work on is the per pupil allocations. Right now, they're at $52.50 per student, and that was a cut from $75 over 10 years ago, whenever we were having very bad budget times, and we just were never able to build that back in. Since we're so close now, if we get some additional funds coming out of the Senate, we would love to work on that item first. The next item is where a lot of confusion has come in about information from the state. So when the governor first proposed a $4,000 increase for all teachers, it was really a $4,000 increase on the state minimum salary schedule, $4,000 in each cell of the minimum salary schedule. So as we had originally discussed, our beginning teachers make $39,723. The minimum now with this $4,000 is $40,000. So we're only $277 off to bring up those those new teachers up to the state minimum. So if we were to get everybody up to the state minimum, we only need $210,000 to get everybody up to the state minimum. One of the items that is coming out of the House budget now is stating that a district must maintain their local salary supplement no less than the prior year. So since we only have a few salary levels that weren't up to the state level, everything else was above it. So everything that was above it was considered the local salary supplement. So if we have to meet the local salary supplement, then everybody gets a $4,000 raise. Every cell would get a $4,000 raise, even on our schedule. So if that happens, then we will have to have $9.3 million to fund that. And that really wasn't the intent when it came out, because we didn't get the money from the state in order to do that. So there is a potential waiver of that current local salary supplement that's being considered in the Senate. So we'll see what happens as this budget moves through the Senate. And that's a little bit confusing. We're just trying to wrap our brains around it. But are there any questions on that piece of it? I think we talked a little bit about it earlier. It's a little confusing what came out of Columbia.
Any questions?
I just have a quick one, and it's so minute compared to, but I just for to know, how much do we share with, you had mentioned the revenue we share with Dorchester.
With the career school?
The career school.
That
is
piece,
it 50-50? How is it?
Oh, no, ma'am. It's, our portion is 90%. Theirs is 10 of the Tier 3 money.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So the major initiatives of DD2 that we're just wanted to share, and if we can think of any others before we go to County Council, please let me know so we can put it in the next version. We're completing our district office renovation. That's the final project from the referendum. Yay. We have the construction of the new middle school. That will be completed before the school year starts. And one of the big things for Dorchester too is continuing to address the recovery of learning loss, and we're using ESSER funds for that. So here are the remaining budget meetings that we have. The next one, as Mr. Mitchum said earlier, is our public input and budget workshop on Wednesday, April 20th, 4:30, right back here. And that's all I had.
Ms. Meunier, thank you and your team for putting this together, and we look forward to maybe some additional news on the 20th.
Hope so, yes. Okay.
Fingers crossed. Thank you so much. That's it, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchum, and thank you, Ms. Meunier, and your team. Next on our agenda is the Dorchester 2 Education Foundation and the big event. So, Ms. Wimberly, take it away.
A big announcement. Thank you, Mrs. Hughes. So I have invited the executive director of the foundation, Mr. Ralph Hayes, here tonight to speak to us. Before he starts, I don't want to steal his thunder, but I do just want to say on behalf of the entire board, all of us, and many of us were here and enjoyed the event. It was an amazing, amazing night. But I just want to say thank you to Mr. Hayes and to the entire board of the foundation, as well as all the volunteers who put in. I can't even begin to imagine how many hours they.
I can tell you in just.
Oh, good. Okay, good. But I do. But I was just gonna tell one little thing real quick, and then I'm gonna let you have it. I was fortunate. I was honored, truthfully, to play a small role in the setup and just in. I was there. I worked. I checked people in, and I helped a little bit throughout the night. Very little. But it was funny because an event of this magnitude, it's a lot of work, and there are some stressful moments pulling it all together. I'm not going to lie. And one of the things that we all kind of kept saying to each other was, this is for the children. This is for the children. And it was funny. We kind of had an ongoing joke of like, man, she really loves the children, or he really loves the children. So, and I think we were kind of joking with each other about that and going back and forth. But when I was able to finally get home and just kind of look back and think about the whole night, one of the things that really just inspired me was that really was the true feelings of every person who was there that evening, and all these wonderful people who helped put that event together. We were all there for the children, and it was inspiring. It honestly was. I think every single person there that they were serving the children of this district, and that meant a lot to me. So, and to our entire board, I know that. So again, not trying to steal your thunder. I'm going to let you take it away, but I did just want to pass on my gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wimberly. Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Pye, and Ms. Wimberly, I do appreciate, she's being quite humble. She literally was on her hands and knees with a broom numerous times doing things. And before I start, one of the things that I want to say is the big event is our largest annual fundraiser for the foundation, which supports the schools. But we already had a great framework in place. I know there's many members on the board here, and there's many people in the audience who have played a role in the foundation before I was here. And so I do want to say how much I have gratitude for those people, Ms. Crosby, founding members of the board, people who have been engaged before me, because like I said, they had a foundation there that hopefully we've been able to live up to what a stellar event they had already established. But as Ms. Wimberly said, we wanted to make sure that we highlighted and thanked the foundation board members. They did work tirelessly on this event, especially Ms. Adair Rourke and Mr. James Weaver, who are finishing their terms coming up. And so they've served on this organization for a long time, and they've been through, different times, going up, going down, going through COVID and everything else. So we're thankful for that. I definitely want to thank the school board here. We had great representation from the school board itself, which shows a sense of unity and understanding that we're all standing together. And definitely thank the community at large. We had a large crowd that night, and it really showed that people were invested in what we're doing and they understand it. So we're just thankful for all those processes leading up to there. If you could skip one more, Lee. And as Ashley said, it was a huge undertaking leading up to and after the event. In total, we had over 500 total volunteer hours of people helping. We used every can of gold and silver spray paint in 3 zip codes to decorate the floral arrangements. But it definitely paid off. We had numerous comments on the decorations and how it looked. That was led by Miss Jennifer Limehouse and Miss Stephanie Mitchum, and they did a fantastic job. And then we had a host of other volunteers who helped, from people at the district office who were running the silent auction for us, people who were running the parking area, people who were there the next day cleaning up and moving tables. Miss Rebecca Collette was the master of ceremonies for the night, and she did a great job of keeping us on schedule so that we were on time. But it was a true effort of unity with everybody joining together to contribute. Next, we really wanted to highlight our sponsors. Our platinum sponsors, Canty Technology, Harris Cedar, and Thompson Turner, were very supportive of the evening, and they were very engaged in the evening as well. We made sure they got to come on stage and lead a game that we played, and they seemed to really buy into what we're doing. And those are companies who have a vested interest in our community, so we're thankful for them. And as you keep going, you'll see we actually had a record number of total sponsors. One of the interesting things is when you look across this list of gold sponsors and then look across the next slide of the silver sponsors, is we have such a wide range of people and industry in the community who've come together to support our mission. And again, that led to a record number of sponsors who were there, which the event wouldn't be possible without their backing to support us. Moving forward, we did set a record for the number of tickets sold. The day before the event, we officially sold out and posted on social media that we were sold out, and created a black market where people were selling tickets online. I jokingly said we're going to see someone scalping them down the road there, but it showed that, you know, the community was ready to come out and engage and support the foundation and the schools as a whole. The event was very successful. One of the notable items was the live and silent auction that we had. We really tried to elevate that and take it to another level. The totals for funds raised in the live and silent auction were north of $94,000. Mr. Tom Crawford is a professional auctioneer who's known all throughout the Southeast, and he did a fantastic job of leading that. And you'll see in the bottom right-hand corner, actually, that's Miss Michelle McDonald with Dorchester County Economic Development. She actually won our Golden Paddle drawing and chose a trip to Costa Rica for 8 and just won it off of her single ticket that she purchased for the raffle. So was definitely a good addition to our event. But ultimately, the event is to support the students and the teachers in Dorchester School District 2, and we're very proud to announce that we set a record. The previous record for the big event was $100,000 in revenue gained, and after totals from the night, we were just north of $179,000 for the amount of money that we raised in the one evening. So we were very proud of that, but like I said, that was definitely a team effort. It was a community effort. It was everybody coming together to support the district as a whole, so we're really excited about that. And I would like just to end, please, one of the best things you can do for the foundation is to provide advocacy. We are still trying to build our name recognition, our network, our community. If you had a good time at the event, please tell your friends, please tell your neighbors. Please make sure you follow Dorchester 2 Educational Foundation on LinkedIn and Facebook, and tag us whenever you're at one of our events and doing something. because we really think that we have a universal message and a universal thing that really benefits everybody. I heard one of the superintendent candidates earlier talk about that our direct network is right at 1/3 of the entire county. And I don't know if he was looking at my notes, but that's actually one of my sales pitches, because we have 25,000 students, 17,000 households, and 3,500 employees. So it's roughly 1/3 of all of Dorchester County. So to those sponsors who step up and invest in us, we have the ability to connect them with a really impactful group who hopefully we can help support each other moving forward. But as stated, I'm just humbled by everyone and the community, and we're very thankful that those funds will be able to be used to support our teachers and students.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate our foundation, and it was a great event. So we all had a really, really good time. And, you know, if we get out there and we do very many more advocacies for the foundation, you're going to have to just go out there and rent the fairgrounds or something in order to host it, because we sold everything that we had there this last one. So, but thank you very much for you and your staff and everything you do, because we are able to impact a lot of classrooms and a lot of students because of the work that you and your volunteers do. So thank you very much. Okay, next on our agenda is public comments, and we have no public comments. So the next would be our other business and correspondence and our teacher forum update. Ms. Samantha Hoffman.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Mr. Pye. I'm happy to provide you with a brief update on behalf of the teacher forum this evening. This month, Teacher Forum celebrated the newly named 2022 Teachers of the Year and welcomed them into our professional organization. The focus of our March meeting was on advocacy and how to tell our stories in meaningful and productive ways. I felt personally refreshed and inspired by the group, and I am confident that they will continue to help grow and develop our DD2 Teacher Forum into an organization that every teacher wants to be a part of because of our expertise, passion, and involvement in our schools, as well as the local community. Before the meeting adjourned, the forum discussed new committee assignments, the need to prioritize student scholarships for future educators, and continued efforts for teacher mentoring in our district. It was decided that before the end of the school year, we would accomplish the following tasks. 1, we plan to award at least 3 student scholarships, 1 for each high school, for those interested in pursuing a career in education. The awards will be given during senior academic awards. 2, the mentoring committee is going to organize at least 1 additional mentoring meetup before the year's end. Each teacher forum member will be tasked with pushing this information out to their home school, and each member will encourage participation from the members of their school community. Additionally, we would ideally like to plan 1 more event that impacts our entire district before the school year ends. The holiday book drive that we conducted in December is an example of such an event. Members were asked to generate some ideas for a project, and we will discuss these ideas and create a plan of action to carry out the project at our next meeting. As always, I would like to thank you for your continued dedication to our school district and all that you do to support teachers and students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hoffman. Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Hoffman or comments? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, board members, I now need a motion to go into executive session for personnel matters regarding the district hires, contractual matters regarding Vogue Towers, legal advice for pending litigation, and personnel matters regarding the superintendent search.
So moved.
Motion made by Mr. Guthrie. Do I have a second? Second by Ms. Crosby. Any discussion? All in favor? 7-0. And we will be returning to open session for any actions that's needed or required by the executive session. Thank you very much and have a great evening, everyone. okay. It's okay. Seven and zero. I need a motion for action to be taken out of executive session.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we move to accept the contract with Vogue Towers as presented in executive session.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Robinson, seconded by Mr. Guthrie. Any discussion? All in favor? 7 and 0. I need a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion made by Mr. Guthrie. Do I have a second? Second by Ms. Crosby. Any discussion? All in favor? 7 and 0. Good night, everyone.